Some of the hardest moments in life are not the loud ones, not the moments when everything clearly falls apart, but the quiet ones. The moments when you look around and suddenly realize your life does not look like anyone else's. Maybe your friends seem certain about their direction. They know where they are going. They speak about plans and goals with confidence. And you are still searching, still exploring, still unsure if the road you are walking is the right one. In those moments, a quiet doubt often appears, a question that sits gently in the mind but feels heavy in the heart. Am I going the wrong way? It's a painful question, because when we cannot clearly see where our path is leading, it becomes easy to believe that everyone else must be walking the correct road, while we have somehow wandered off course. But tonight, we will look at this feeling differently. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. In Buddhist teachings, there is a simple observation about life. Every person walks a different path, different experiences, different lessons, different timing. And because of that, the road that is right for someone else may not be the road that is right for you. Still, learning to trust your own path is not easy, especially when the road is quiet, especially when progress feels uncertain, and especially when the destination is not yet visible. Tonight, we will explore a few quiet stories about people who once doubted the path they were walking. People who believed they were lost, until something simple helped them see that their road had meaning all along. So allow your body to relax. Let your breathing slow down. And as the night grows quieter, we begin with our first story. Story 1. The Traveler Who Left the Main Road. There once was a traveler named Sora who believed she had made a mistake. For most of her life, she had followed the main road, the same road that many others traveled. It was wide and clear, with signs pointing toward familiar destinations: school, career, stability. Everyone seemed to agree that this was the correct road to walk, and for many years, Sora walked along it without question. But somewhere along the way, she began to feel something unusual. Not discomfort exactly, just a quiet sense that the road did not feel entirely like her own. One afternoon, while walking along that same road, Sora noticed a narrow path branching away from the main route. It was small, almost hidden between tall grasses. No sign pointed toward it. No map mentioned it. Most travelers simply passed by without noticing. But Sora stopped. She looked down the narrow path and felt something difficult to explain. Curiosity, not certainty, not confidence, just curiosity. She stood there for a long time, watching the other travelers continue forward on the main road. They walked quickly, purposefully, as if they already knew exactly where they were going. Sora wondered what would happen if she stepped off that road. Would she become lost? Would she regret leaving the familiar path behind? For several minutes, she almost continued walking with the others, but the quiet curiosity remained, and eventually she turned toward the narrow path. The first steps felt strange. The path was uneven. Small stones pressed beneath her shoes. Tall grass brushed softly against her arms. It did not feel like the smooth, predictable road she had walked for years. At times, the path seemed to fade entirely before appearing again, further ahead. And as the sun slowly moved across the sky, doubt began whispering in her mind. What if this was a mistake? On the main road, she would have known exactly where she was going. Here, every step required attention. Every turn carried uncertainty. Later that evening, Sora reached a small clearing in the forest. The air was quiet. The sound of the wind moving through the trees created a gentle rhythm. She sat on a fallen log and looked back at the path behind her. For the first time since leaving the main road, she felt the weight of her decision. Maybe I should go back, she murmured softly. At least on the main road, there had been clear direction. Here, she had only questions. As she sat there thinking, an elderly man appeared along the path carrying a walking stick. He moved slowly, but with steady steps. When he noticed Sora sitting in the clearing, he smiled kindly. "You look like someone who has just left the main road," he said. Sora blinked in surprise. "Is it that obvious?" The man chuckled softly. "Most people who leave that road wear the same expression at first." "What expression?" she asked. "The expression of someone who believes they might be lost." Sora sighed quietly. "I'm not sure this path leads anywhere." The man looked around the clearing calmly. "Neither was the main road when you first started walking it." Sora frowned slightly. "But the main road had signs," she said. The man nodded. "Yes, but signs only tell you where someone else believed the road should go." He pointed gently toward the forest path. "This one allows you to discover it for yourself." Sora sat silently for a moment. The evening light filtered through the leaves above them. "What if I'm walking in the wrong direction?" she asked. The man leaned on his walking stick and smiled. "Sometimes the only way to learn that a path is right is to walk it long enough to see where it leads." The elderly traveler sat beside Sora in the quiet clearing. For a few moments, neither of them spoke. The forest was calm. The sound of wind moving through the leaves created a soft whisper above them. And somewhere in the distance, a small stream could be heard flowing between stones. Sora watched the narrow path stretching deeper into the trees. "It still feels strange," she said quietly. "What does?" the old man asked, "walking a road that no one else seems to take." The old man nodded slowly. "That feeling is very common." He leaned on his walking stick and looked toward the trees. "Most people prefer roads that already have many footprints." "Why?" Sora asked. "Because footprints create the illusion of certainty," he replied. "When many people walk a road, it begins to feel safe. But safety and truth are not always the same thing." Sora thought about that for a moment. On the main road, she had rarely questioned where she was going. Everyone moved in the same direction. Everyone seemed confident. But now, she wondered how many of those travelers truly knew where their path would lead. Perhaps many of them had simply followed the road because everyone else was walking it. After a while, the old man stood up slowly. "I should continue my journey," he said. Sora looked up. "Do you know where this path leads?" The man smiled gently. "Yes." "And where is that?" she asked. He tapped the ground lightly with his walking stick. "Forward." Sora laughed softly. "That's not very specific." "No," the man said, "but it is honest." He began walking along the path, then paused and turned back. "One more thing," he added. "Yes?" Sora asked. "The path you chose may not show you a destination immediately, but it will show you something more important." "What's that?" "Yourself." Sora remained in the clearing for a few minutes after the old traveler disappeared into the forest. The light was fading slowly now. Shadows stretched between the trees. Part of her still wondered what would have happened if she had stayed on the main road. Perhaps she would already be closer to a destination. Perhaps the direction would feel clearer. But another thought appeared quietly. If she had stayed there, she might never have discovered what this path could reveal. She stood up and continued walking. The forest path twisted gently between trees. Sometimes it climbed small hills. Sometimes it descended into shallow valleys where the air felt cooler. Along the way, Sora began noticing small details she might have missed on the main road. The way sunlight filtered through layers of leaves, the delicate patterns of moss growing on fallen logs, the quiet rhythm of birds moving through the branches. The path required more attention than the wide road she had left behind. Each step felt more intentional and, strangely, more alive. Hours passed as Sora continued walking. Eventually, the forest opened into another clearing. But this clearing was different from the first. Before her stretched a wide valley. Rolling green hills extended toward the horizon. A narrow river curved gently through the landscape, reflecting the golden light of the setting sun. Sora stopped walking. The view was breathtaking. For a long time, she simply stood there in silence. Then she realized something. This valley was invisible from the main road. The road she had walked for years passed on the other side of the forest. Travelers on that road would never see this place, not because it was hidden, but because they had never stepped off the familiar path. Sora sat down in the grass and watched the sunlight slowly fade across the valley. The quiet beauty of the place filled her with a calm feeling she had not expected. And in that moment, something inside her shifted. She understood something simple. Leaving the main road had not made her lost. It had simply allowed her to discover something different, something that belonged to her path alone. Sora remained in the valley until the last light of the evening slowly faded behind the hills. The sky turned soft shades of deep blue, and the air grew cooler as night approached. For a long time, she simply sat in the grass, listening to the quiet sound of the river moving through the valley. The place felt peaceful, almost untouched, as if very few travelers had ever discovered it. Eventually, she stood and continued walking along the narrow trail that curved gently through the tall grass. Moonlight began to appear between the clouds, casting a pale glow across the landscape. And as she walked, she noticed something unexpected. A small lantern flickering ahead in the distance. Curious, she followed the light. After a few minutes, Sora reached a small campsite near the river. A young man sat beside a small fire, carefully boiling water in a metal kettle. When he noticed her approaching, he smiled politely. "Good evening," he said. "Good evening," Sora replied. "I didn't expect to see anyone else on this path." The young man chuckled softly. "Most people don't come this way." He gestured toward the fire. "You're welcome to sit if you'd like." Sora accepted the invitation and sat on a nearby rock. The warmth of the fire felt comforting after the cool evening air. "Did you also leave the main road?" she asked. The young man nodded. "About 2 years ago." Sora raised her eyebrows. 2 years? Yes. "And you've stayed on this path the entire time?" The young man smiled. "Yes." "Wasn't that frightening at first?" she asked. "A little," he admitted, "but staying on the main road had begun to feel more frightening." Sora looked at him curiously. "What do you mean?" The young man stirred the kettle gently as he spoke. On the main road, everyone seemed confident about where they were going. But when I asked them why they were walking that direction, he paused and shrugged. Most of them didn't really know. They were simply following the road. Sora felt a quiet understanding in his words. That was exactly how she had felt before leaving. "And this path?" she asked. "Does it have a destination?" The young man smiled slightly. "Every path leads somewhere. But this one teaches you something along the way." "What does it teach?" Sora asked. He looked up at the stars, beginning to appear above the valley. "It teaches you how to listen to your own steps." The kettle began to whistle softly. The young man poured 2 small cups of tea and handed one to Sora. They sat quietly for a while, sipping the warm drink and watching the fire. After a moment, Sora spoke again. "Do you ever worry that you made the wrong choice?" The young man considered the question carefully. "Sometimes," he admitted, "but then I remember something important." "What's that?" Sora asked. He pointed toward the valley stretching quietly beneath the moonlight. "If I had stayed on the main road, I would have reached the same places everyone else reaches, but I would never have seen this." Sora looked across the valley again. The river shimmered gently beneath the moon. The hills rolled softly toward the horizon. It was a view she would never have discovered if she had remained on the familiar road. And suddenly, she understood something more clearly than before. Trusting your own path doesn't mean you will never feel uncertain. It simply means that uncertainty becomes part of the journey. And sometimes, those uncertain steps lead to places you never would have imagined. Later that night, Sora lay beside the quiet river, looking up at the stars. The path ahead was still unknown. There were no signs pointing toward a final destination. But for the first time since leaving the main road, she did not feel lost. She simply felt present, walking, discovering, learning, and slowly beginning to trust that her path had meaning, even if she could not yet see where it would lead. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Trusting your own path does not require perfect certainty. It only requires the courage to continue walking, even when the destination is not yet visible. In our next story, we will meet someone who followed a very different kind of path, not through forests or valleys, but through music. Story 2: The Musician Who Played a Different Song. There once was a musician named Luca who believed something was wrong with the way he played. He had loved music since he was a child. The moment he first touched the keys of an old piano in his grandmother's house, something inside him had awakened. The sound of each note felt alive, like a language that didn't need words. As he grew older, Luca practiced every day, hours at a time, learning scales, studying compositions, memorizing pieces written by famous composers. But as the years passed, something began to trouble him. The more he played, the more he realized that his style sounded different. In the conservatory where he studied, most students were trained to play in very precise ways. The notes had to follow the score exactly. The tempo had to remain steady. Every performance aimed to reproduce the composer's original intention perfectly. Many students became excellent at this. Their playing was flawless, beautiful, technically impressive. But whenever Luca played, something unusual happened. Without realizing it, he often changed the music slightly. Sometimes he slowed certain passages. Sometimes he added small pauses between phrases. Sometimes he allowed the melody to drift into a softer, more reflective rhythm. To him, it felt natural, like the music was breathing. But to his instructors, it seemed like a mistake. One afternoon, during a performance class, Luca played a piece by a well-known composer. The room was quiet. His fingers moved gently across the keys. The melody flowed through the air. But when he finished, the instructor sighed softly. "You play with feeling," the instructor said, "but you are not following the score." Luca lowered his eyes. "I'm sorry," he said. "You should be," the instructor replied calmly. "Music must be respected exactly as it was written." The room fell silent. Several other students glanced at Luca with sympathetic expressions. He nodded quietly and closed the piano lid. Later that evening, Luca sat alone in one of the smaller practice rooms. The conservatory was nearly empty. Only the faint echoes of distant instruments moved through the hallways. He placed his hands on the piano keys again. But this time, he didn't play the assigned piece. Instead, he played slowly, letting the melody move the way it wanted. Notes rising and falling like waves. Pauses appearing naturally between phrases. The music felt softer, more personal. But a familiar doubt returned to his mind. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. After a while, Luca stopped playing and rested his hands on the piano. "What if my path in music is simply incorrect?" he whispered. At that moment, the door to the practice room opened quietly. An older man stepped inside. He was one of the visiting musicians who occasionally gave master classes at the conservatory. "I heard you're playing from the hallway," the man said gently. Luca sat up straight, slightly embarrassed. "I'm sorry if I disturbed you." The man smiled. "You didn't disturb me. You made me curious." He walked toward the piano. "That melody you were playing, why did you slow it down in the middle?" Luca hesitated. "I didn't mean to," he said. "It just felt right." The older musician nodded thoughtfully. That's interesting. He sat down beside Luca and rested his hands lightly on the keys. Most musicians spend their entire lives learning how to play exactly what is written. He looked at Luca, but very few learn how to listen to what the music wants to become. Luca blinked. What do you mean? The man smiled gently. Sometimes the path that feels wrong is simply the one that hasn't been understood yet. The older musician remained seated beside Luca at the piano. For a moment, he said nothing. He simply rested his hands on the keys, as if listening to the quiet space in the room. Then he turned slightly toward Luca. "Play the piece again," he said. Luca hesitated. "The same way I did earlier?" The man nodded. "Yes. But this time, don't think about the rules. Just listen to the music." Luca placed his fingers gently on the keys. At first, he felt nervous. Years of training had taught him to worry about mistakes, to follow the written notes exactly, to avoid anything that might sound unusual. But the older musician's calm presence gave him a strange sense of permission. So, he began playing, slowly. The first notes filled the quiet practice room. The melody moved forward carefully. Then, just as before, Luca felt the music shift inside him. A phrase seemed to ask for more space. A note lingered slightly longer. A pause appeared where silence felt natural. Instead of resisting those instincts, Luca allowed them to happen. The melody began to breathe. Each note connected gently to the next. The music no longer felt like a set of instructions. It felt like a conversation. When the final note faded, Luca slowly lifted his hands from the keys. The room was completely still. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then the older musician smiled. "You see?" he said softly. "See what?" Luca asked. "You weren't playing the wrong music. You were listening to it." Luca frowned slightly. "But my instructor said I wasn't following the score." The man nodded. "That may be true. But sometimes the score is only the beginning of the music." The older musician stood and walked slowly around the piano. "Tell me something," he said. "Why did you start playing music in the first place?" Luca thought for a moment. "I liked how it felt," he said. "When I played, it felt peaceful." The man nodded. "That's a good reason." He leaned lightly against the piano. But many musicians forget that feeling after years of training. They become so focused on perfection that they stop listening to the music itself. He gestured toward the piano keys. "You haven't forgotten." Luca looked down at the instrument quietly. For years, he had believed something about his playing was incorrect. But now, he wondered if the difference he noticed had always been there. A natural way of hearing music, a slightly different rhythm, a more reflective tempo. maybe his path in music wasn't meant to look like everyone else's. The older musician walked toward the door. Before leaving, he paused and turned back. "One more thing," he said. "Yes?" Luca asked. "In music and in life, the most beautiful voices are rarely the ones that sound exactly like everyone else." He opened the door slowly. They are the ones brave enough to sound like themselves. Luca sat alone in the practice room for a while after the man left. The piano keys reflected the soft light of the lamp above them. He thought about every lesson he had taken, every time he had been told to follow the music exactly as written. And for the first time, he asked himself a different question. What if trusting his own way of hearing music was not a mistake? What if it was simply his path? A few weeks later, the conservatory hosted a small evening recital. It was not a large event, just a quiet gathering in the school's performance hall where students played short pieces for classmates, instructors, and a few visiting guests. Luca had been scheduled to perform as well. Normally, these recitals made him nervous, not because he feared the audience, but because he always worried about making a mistake, about playing something slightly different from the score, about disappointing his instructors. But this time felt different. Since the conversation with the visiting musician, Luca had been thinking about something. What if music is meant to be lived, not just repeated? When his name was announced, Luca walked slowly onto the stage. The room was softly lit. Rows of seats stretched quietly in front of him. Some students whispered softly. Others waited patiently. He sat down at the piano bench and rested his hands on the keys. For a moment, he closed his eyes. The old habit of anxiety tried to return, but then he remembered the older musician's words. The most beautiful voices are the ones brave enough to sound like themselves. So instead of focusing on perfection, Luca focused on listening. Listening to the space. Listening to the silence between the notes. He began to play. The opening notes floated gently through the hall. At first, Luca followed the score carefully. But as the melody unfolded, he allowed the music to breathe again. A phrase slowed slightly. A pause appeared naturally. The melody curved softly like a quiet conversation. The music felt alive, not rigid, not mechanical, alive. At first, Luca worried the audience might notice the differences. But something interesting happened. Instead of confusion, the room grew quieter. People leaned forward slightly. The music carried a calm feeling through the hall. Not dramatic, not flashy, just peaceful. When Luca played the final note, he allowed it to linger gently before lifting his hands. Silence filled the room for a moment. Then the audience began to applaud, not loudly, but warmly. After the recital ended, several people approached him. One of the older instructors spoke first. "That performance felt very personal," she said. "What made you play it that way?" Luca thought for a moment. "I listened," he replied simply. The instructor nodded thoughtfully. "Well, it worked." Another student smiled. "It sounded like the music was telling a story," she said. Luca felt a small warmth in his chest. For years, he had tried to sound exactly like everyone else. But now, he realized something. The music he heard inside himself had value too. Later that evening, Luca walked home through the quiet streets. The city lights reflected softly on the pavement. He thought about the narrow path Sora had chosen in the earlier story, the road that did not look like everyone else's. And he realized that music was his version of that path. It might not always follow the expected direction, but it felt true. And sometimes that was enough. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Trusting your own path often begins with small acts of courage, a decision to listen to your inner voice, a willingness to follow what feels authentic, even when it looks different from what others expect. In our next story, we will meet a student who chose a direction that no one around them seemed to understand. Story 3. The Student Who Chose an Unusual Direction. There once was a student named Aaron who felt increasingly uncertain about the road everyone expected him to follow. For most of his life, the direction had seemed obvious. Study hard. Choose a respected profession. Build a stable future. It was the path many students around him were preparing for. Medicine, engineering, law. His classmates spoke about these careers with confidence. Their plans sounded clear and impressive. Teachers encouraged the same goals. Parents proudly discussed them during family gatherings. At first, Aaron assumed he would follow that road as well. But somewhere during his final year of school, something began to feel different. Not wrong, just not quite right. The feeling appeared quietly. While studying late at night, sometimes during long lectures about careers and exams, and sometimes when he imagined his future, whenever he pictured himself walking the path everyone expected, he felt a strange heaviness in his chest. It was difficult to explain. The path looked successful, respected, safe, but it didn't feel like his own. Instead, another interest had slowly grown inside him. Something quieter, something most people did not consider a serious career. Aaron loved working with wood. Since he was a child, he had spent hours in his grandfather's small workshop. The smell of sawdust, the rhythm of carving tools moving across wood, the patience required to shape something simple into something beautiful. He loved it, not because it brought recognition, but because it felt meaningful, peaceful, almost like meditation. But whenever Aaron imagined telling others about this interest, doubt appeared immediately. A woodworker, a craftsman. Compared to the careers his classmates were pursuing, it seemed small, unimpressive, and so he kept the thought mostly to himself. One afternoon after school, Aaron visited his grandfather's workshop again. The small wooden building stood behind the old house, surrounded by tall trees. Inside, the space was warm and quiet. Tools hung neatly along the walls. Wood shavings covered the floor like soft curls of golden ribbon. His grandfather looked up from the workbench when Aaron entered. "You seem thoughtful today," he said. Aaron smiled faintly. "I've been thinking about my future." His grandfather nodded. "That can be a heavy thing to think about." Aaron walked slowly around the workshop. His fingers brushed across the smooth surface of a wooden table his grandfather had recently finished. "Everyone expects me to choose a certain path," he said quietly. "What kind of path?" his grandfather asked. "The kind that looks impressive." His grandfather chuckled softly. "Impressive to whom?" Aaron paused. "To everyone else." The old man set down his carving tool and leaned back slightly. "Let me show you something," he said. He walked to a shelf and picked up 2 wooden bowls. The first bowl was simple but carefully shaped, smooth, balanced. The second bowl was larger and decorated with intricate carvings. "Which one do you think took longer to make?" his grandfather asked. Aaron studied them carefully. "The decorated one," he said. "That's what most people assume," his grandfather replied. "But actually, the simple one took longer." Aaron looked surprised. "Why?" "Because making something simple requires patience," the old man said. "Every small detail must be just right." He placed the bowl gently on the table. "Some paths look impressive from far away, but the most meaningful work is often quiet and close to the hands." Aaron sat silently, thinking about those words. For years, he had been measuring the value of a path by how impressive it looked to others. But perhaps there was another way to measure it, by how it felt, by whether it brought a sense of purpose, by whether it allowed a person to work with patience and care. The days that followed felt heavier for Aaron, not because anything dramatic had happened, but because the quiet question about his future had grown louder. Soon he would need to submit his university application. His classmates were already discussing their choices. Some spoke excitedly about engineering schools. Others compared medical programs or law faculties. Everyone seemed to know exactly what they were doing. Whenever the conversation turned toward Aaron, he felt the same tension appear. "So what are you applying for?" someone asked one afternoon during lunch. Aaron hesitated. "I'm still thinking," he replied. Several classmates looked surprised. "At this point," one of them said, "most applications are already prepared." Aaron nodded quietly. "I know." But the truth was, he had already been thinking more deeply than anyone around him realized. Every evening after school, he found himself returning to his grandfather's workshop. The small building had become a place where his thoughts felt calmer. Sometimes he helped sand wooden boards. Sometimes he carved simple shapes from leftover pieces of wood. And sometimes he simply sat in the quiet space, listening to the soft, scraping sound of tools moving across the workbench. One evening, his grandfather noticed the thoughtful expression on his face again. "You're carrying something heavy in your mind," the old man said. Aaron nodded. "Everyone expects me to choose a certain future." "And what do you expect from yourself?" his grandfather asked gently. Aaron looked down at his hands. "I don't know." His grandfather set aside the piece of wood he had been carving and walked slowly toward the window. Outside, the evening sun cast long shadows across the yard. "When I was your age," the old man said, "people told me that working with wood was not a serious path." Aaron looked up. "They said that?" "Yes," his grandfather replied, with a small smile. "They believed I should choose something more important." "What did you do?" Aaron asked. "I listened carefully," the old man said. "Then I returned to the workshop and kept carving." Aaron laughed softly. "That was your answer?" "It was the only one that felt honest." The old man picked up a small wooden figure from the shelf. It was a simple carving of a bird, its wings gently curved as if preparing for flight. "I made this when I was about your age," he said. Aaron studied the carving. The lines were smooth, the shape balanced perfectly. "It's beautiful," he said. His grandfather nodded. "I made thousands of things after that. Tables, chairs, bowls, cabinets." He placed the bird gently in Aaron's hand. "And every time I shaped a piece of wood, I felt the same quiet satisfaction." Aaron turned the small carving slowly between his fingers. "But didn't you ever worry that you had chosen the wrong path?" he asked. The old man thought for a moment. "Sometimes," he admitted, "but then I would look at something I had created, and I would remember why I chose this road." He leaned slightly closer. "The right path does not remove doubt. It simply gives you a reason to keep walking even when doubt appears." That night, Aaron walked home slowly, beneath the fading evening sky. The small wooden bird rested in his pocket. He thought about everything his grandfather had said. For so long, he had believed the correct path must be the one that looked most impressive. But perhaps the correct path was simply the one that felt most honest. When he arrived home, Aaron sat at his desk and looked at the university application form on his computer. The cursor blinked patiently on the screen. For a long time, he did nothing. Then slowly, he began filling in the information. Not the path everyone expected, but the path he had quietly been considering for months. A program focused on woodworking and design. A path that felt uncertain to others, but clear to him. The next morning arrived quietly. Sunlight filtered through Aaron's window, casting soft patterns across the desk where his application form still rested. For a long moment, he simply looked at it. The decision had been made the night before. But decisions sometimes feel different in the morning. Doubt has a way of returning with the daylight. He reread the application once more. The program he had chosen focused on woodworking, design, and craftsmanship, a path that felt meaningful to him, but one that might seem unusual to many others. Aaron took a slow breath. Then he submitted the application. The screen displayed a simple message. Application received. It was done. Later that afternoon, Aaron sat at the dinner table with his parents. The conversation began as it usually did. Questions about school, plans for the upcoming exams. Then his mother asked the question he had been expecting. Have you decided which universities you'll apply to? Aaron paused for a moment. His heart beat slightly faster. Yes, he said. His father looked up with interest. Which program? Aaron spoke calmly. A design and woodworking program. The room became very quiet. For a few seconds, no one said anything. His father leaned back in his chair, thinking. Woodworking? He asked. Yes, Aaron replied. I've been working in grandfather's shop for years. I want to learn how to design and build things properly. His mother looked surprised, but curious. You want to become a craftsman? Aaron nodded. Yes. For a moment, the silence returned. This time it felt heavier. Aaron prepared himself for the reactions he had imagined many times before. Concern, disappointment, questions about stability, questions about whether it was the right choice. But instead, his father spoke calmly. When did you start thinking about this? Aaron looked down at his hands. Honestly, for a long time. I just wasn't sure how to say it. His mother exchanged a glance with his father. Then she smiled gently. "You've always been happiest in that workshop," she said. Aaron looked up, surprised. His father nodded slowly. "I remember when you were 10 years old," he said. "You spent an entire weekend carving that small wooden box." He chuckled quietly. "You didn't even notice the time passing." Aaron felt a small warmth in his chest. "I still feel that way when I work with wood," he admitted. His father leaned forward slightly. "Then the important question is this," he said. "Does this path feel meaningful to you?" Aaron answered without hesitation. "Yes." His father nodded. "Then it deserves to be taken seriously." His mother reached across the table and squeezed Aaron's hand. "We only want you to choose a life that feels honest," she said. That night, Aaron walked outside beneath the quiet sky. The stars stretched across the darkness like scattered lanterns. He realized something important. For weeks, he had been afraid of how others might react to his decision. But sometimes the fear of judgment grows much larger in our minds than it does in reality. Often, the people who care about us simply want to see us walking a path that feels true. The following weekend, Aaron returned to his grandfather's workshop. The old man looked up from the workbench when he entered. "Well," he said with a knowing smile, "have you chosen your road?" Aaron nodded. "Yes." "And?" his grandfather asked. "I applied to the woodworking program." The old man's smile widened. "I suspected you might." Aaron placed the small wooden bird back on the workbench. "I think I understand something now," he said. "What's that?" his grandfather asked. "That trusting your own path doesn't mean the road will always be easy. But it means the steps feel honest." The old man nodded slowly. "That is usually a good sign." Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Trusting your own path often begins with a quiet moment of honesty, a moment when you stop measuring your life by the expectations of others and start listening to what feels true inside your own heart. In our next story, we will explore a different kind of path altogether. Not a road chosen by a traveler, not a career chosen by a student, but the path of a river that refused to flow in a straight line. Story 4. The river that refused the straight path. High in the mountains, where the air was cool and the wind moved gently across the stones, a small river was born. At first, it was only a trickle of water, a few droplets gathering between cracks in the rock. Then more water joined. Tiny streams formed, and slowly the water began to move downhill. At the beginning of its journey, the river was narrow and clear. It slipped quietly between the rocks, following the natural shape of the mountain. The path it took was not straight. It curved gently around obstacles, It twisted between hills and valleys. But the river did not mind. It simply flowed. Far below the mountain, a wide valley stretched toward the horizon. Through that valley ran a large, straight canal built by humans long ago. The canal was impressive. Its walls were carefully shaped. The water inside moved quickly and efficiently in a direct line across the land. Travelers often admired it. "It's amazing how straight it is," people would say. "The water reaches the sea much faster this way." From the mountains above, the young river sometimes heard these conversations carried by the wind. And slowly, a quiet doubt began to form. One afternoon, as the river curved gently around a group of large stones, it spoke to the old mountain beside it. "Why don't I flow in a straight line like the canal?" the river asked. The mountain remained silent for a moment. "Why do you ask?" the mountain replied. "Because the straight canal seems more efficient," the river said. "It reaches the sea quickly. I twist and turn everywhere. Sometimes I feel like I'm taking the wrong path." The mountain rumbled softly, like distant thunder. "You are not taking the wrong path," it said. "You are following the land." "But the canal is straight," the river replied. "Yes," the mountain said, "because it was forced to be." The river thought about that. Forced? Yes. The canal was carved by tools. Its walls were shaped to control the water. "But you," the mountain paused before continuing, "you are free." The river flowed quietly for a while after that. It moved around another bend, then another. Sometimes it widened into small pools. Sometimes it narrowed between rocks. And each time it curved, it wondered if the mountain was right. Was its winding path truly acceptable? Or was it simply inefficient? Later that evening, the river reached a small forest where tall trees grew along its banks. Birds dipped down to drink from its surface. Deer stepped carefully into the shallow water. Even the roots of ancient trees reached toward the river's edge. The river slowed slightly as it passed through this peaceful place. And something interesting happened. It began to notice how much life surrounded it. Fish swam gently beneath the surface. Insects danced above the water. Plants leaned toward the river for nourishment. The river realized something quietly surprising. If it had flowed in a straight line like the canal, this forest would never have grown here. The river continued its journey through the forest for many days. It moved slowly beneath the shade of tall trees. Sunlight filtered through the branches above, creating shifting patterns of gold and green on the surface of the water. Animals visited the river every morning. Birds landed lightly on the stones. Small fish swam through the gentle current. The river noticed something curious. Wherever it flowed, life seemed to gather. Grass grew thicker along the banks. Wildflowers appeared in small clusters. Even the air felt cooler near the water. Yet sometimes the river still thought about the straight canal far below in the valley. The canal reached the sea quickly. Its path never wandered. Its direction was always clear. Meanwhile, the river curved again and again. Sometimes it doubled back on itself before moving forward once more. To the river, this still felt uncertain. One afternoon, the river left the forest and entered a wide open meadow. The land here stretched softly toward the horizon. Tall grasses swayed gently in the warm wind. As the river flowed through the meadow, it noticed a group of travelers resting nearby. They had stopped beside the water to drink and cool their feet. One of them pointed toward the river and said something interesting. "This river must have been here for centuries," the traveler said. "Look how the entire valley grows around it." Another traveler nodded. "The land here is so fertile because of the water." The river listened quietly. It had never thought of its path in that way. To the river, the journey had simply been a series of bends and curves. But to the land around it, those curves had created something important. As evening approached, the river continued flowing through the meadow. Eventually, it reached a place where the land rose slightly. From that small hill, the river could see the wide canal running across the distant valley. The canal's straight walls reflected the fading sunlight. The water inside moved quickly, purposefully, just as the river remembered. For a moment, the river felt the old doubt again. Perhaps the canal will reach the sea long before I do. The river watched the straight waterway for a while. Then it noticed something else. The land around the canal looked very different from the valley it had just passed through. The soil appeared dry. Few plants grew near the canal's rigid edges. The water moved too quickly for animals to drink comfortably. The canal was efficient, but it did not nourish the land around it. The river thought about this carefully. Its own journey had been slower, more winding, but everywhere it flowed, something seemed to grow. Forests, meadows, small wetlands filled with life. The river began to understand something new. Perhaps its winding path had a purpose beyond simply reaching the sea. Perhaps the journey itself mattered. As night fell, the river flowed gently beneath the moonlight. The stars reflected softly in the quiet water. For the first time since hearing about the canal, the river no longer felt ashamed of its curves. Each bend in the water now seemed like a choice made by the land itself. A path shaped by hills, trees, and valleys, a path that allowed life to flourish. The river continued its slow journey for many more days. It curved through the meadow, then passed between gentle hills where wildflowers covered the slopes like soft patches of color. The path remained winding. Sometimes the river flowed calmly through wide, shallow sections. Other times it squeezed between rocks and quickened its pace. But now, the river no longer felt embarrassed by its curves. Each turn had begun to feel natural, almost like breathing. Eventually, the land began to change. The hills grew smaller, the air became warmer, and far in the distance, the river noticed something new. A wide, shimmering horizon. The sea. For a moment, the river felt a quiet excitement. For so long, it had been moving toward this destination without fully knowing what it would look like. Now the vast ocean stretched before it, reflecting the pale blue of the sky. But as the river approached the coast, it noticed something interesting. The straight canal it had once admired also flowed into the same sea. The two waters met near the shoreline. The canal arrived first. Its water rushed quickly into the ocean, just as it had been designed to do. The river arrived later, slower, curving gently through the final stretch of land. For a moment, the river felt that old doubt again. The canal reached the sea before I did, but as the river watched the ocean carefully, something surprising became clear. The sea did not care which water arrived first. The ocean welcomed every drop the same way. Whether it came through a straight canal or a winding river, whether it arrived early or late, all water eventually became part of the same vast ocean. The river thought quietly about its long journey. The forests it had nourished, the meadows it had helped grow, the animals that had come to drink from its banks. If it had flowed straight like the canal, many of those places might never have existed. The river realized something peaceful. Reaching the sea had never been the only purpose of its path. The journey itself had mattered. As the river slowly merged with the ocean, its waters spread into the wide blue horizon. The waves moved gently beneath the sunlight, and the river understood something at last. There are many ways to reach the sea. Some paths are straight, some are winding. But the value of a path is not measured only by how quickly it arrives. It is measured by what it brings to life along the way. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Just like the river, your path may not always move in a straight line. It may curve through unexpected places. It may take longer than others expect, but that does not mean it is wrong. Sometimes, the most meaningful journeys are the ones that take their time. In our final story tonight, we will meet someone who spent years questioning her steps until one quiet moment helped her realize that she had always been walking exactly where she needed to be. Story 5. The day she trusted her own steps. There once was a woman named Lena who had spent most of her life wondering if she was walking in the wrong direction. From the outside, her life looked normal. She had studied well in school. She had tried different kinds of work. She had moved from one city to another, searching for opportunities and experiences. But inside, Lena carried a quiet uncertainty. It followed her like a soft shadow. Every time she made a decision, the same question appeared. Was this the right step? When Lena was younger, she believed that one day everything would become clear. She imagined that at some point she would wake up with a strong sense of direction, a moment when she would know exactly where her life was going. But the years passed, and that moment never arrived. Instead, her life unfolded in a series of small changes. A new job here, a different city there, a new group of friends, a new interest. Each step seemed reasonable at the time, but when Lena looked back at her journey, the path felt scattered, uncertain, not like the straight, confident roads she saw in other people's lives. One autumn afternoon, Lena returned to a small town she had visited years earlier. The town rested beside a wide lake, surrounded by gentle hills. The air was cool and quiet. Leaves drifted slowly across the surface of the water. She had not planned to stop there, but something about the peaceful place had drawn her back. Perhaps she needed a moment to pause, to breathe, to think about where her path had been leading. Lena walked slowly along the lakeshore. The water reflected the soft gray sky above. Each step crunched lightly on the fallen leaves scattered across the ground. After a while, she reached an old wooden dock extending a short distance into the lake. At the end of the dock sat an elderly woman holding a small fishing rod. The woman glanced up and smiled kindly. "Beautiful afternoon," she said. Lena nodded. "Yes, it is." She sat down near the edge of the dock and watched the water for a few minutes. The lake was so calm that even the smallest ripple spread across the surface like a quiet whisper. After a moment, the elderly woman spoke again. "You look like someone who has been thinking a lot." Lena laughed softly. "That obvious?" The woman nodded. "People who stare at water usually have something on their mind." Lena looked out across the lake. "I've been wondering if my life has been too scattered." The woman tilted her head slightly. "What makes you think that?" Lena sighed. "I've taken many different paths, different jobs, different places. Sometimes it feels like I never followed one clear direction." The elderly woman listened carefully. Then she pointed toward the lake. "Do you see those ripples?" she asked. Lena looked down. A small fish had just touched the surface, sending gentle circles across the water. "Yes," Lena said. The woman nodded. "Life often moves like that. Not in a straight line, but in expanding circles." Lina watched the ripples slowly widen. "They look random," she said. "At first," the woman replied, "but they all begin from a single point." Lena thought about that quietly. Her life had felt like a series of disconnected steps, but perhaps those steps were connected in ways she had not yet seen. Perhaps each experience had shaped the next one, like ripples spreading outward across the lake. The lake remained calm as the ripples slowly faded across the surface. For a few moments, Lena and the elderly woman sat quietly on the wooden dock. The sound of the water touching the posts beneath them created a gentle rhythm. After a while, Lena spoke again. "I always thought life was supposed to follow one clear direction," she said. The woman adjusted the fishing line slightly and smiled. "That is a common idea, but not always a true one." Lena looked out across the lake. "Most people I know seem to have a straight path." The woman chuckled softly. "Do they?" Lena turned toward her. "They look like they do." The woman nodded thoughtfully. "Looking like a straight path and actually having one are two different things." Lena watched the fishing line disappear into the water. "What do you mean?" she asked. The woman pointed gently toward the hills across the lake. "Have you ever walked through those hills?" "A few years ago," Lena said. "There are many trails." The woman nodded, and from far away, those trails look like simple lines across the hills. But when you walk them, what happens? Lena thought for a moment. They twist and turn. Sometimes they disappear for a while before appearing again. "Exactly," the woman said. "Life paths are the same." Lena rested her hands on the edge of the dock. "I think I kept comparing my steps to other people's destinations," she said quietly. The woman looked at her kindly. "That can make any journey feel confusing." She paused before continuing. "Tell me something." "Yes," Lena replied. "Have the different paths you've taken taught you anything?" Lena smiled faintly. "A lot, actually." She began thinking about the years behind her, the city where she had first learned to work with people, the quiet mountain town where she had discovered how much she enjoyed writing, the time she spent traveling and meeting strangers who later became friends. Each experience had seemed temporary at the time, but together, they had shaped the person she had become. The elderly woman watched her thoughtful expression. Sometimes we only recognize the path when we look backward, she said. Lena nodded slowly. When I was walking it didn't feel like a path. It felt like wandering. The woman laughed softly. Many paths feel that way while we are walking them. She pulled the fishing line from the water and reset the bait. But wandering can still move you forward. The sun began lowering behind the hills, painting the sky with warm shades of orange and gold. The light reflected across the lake like a soft mirror. Lena noticed something she had not seen earlier. The ripples on the water from different directions were slowly intersecting. Some came from fish, some from the gentle breeze, some from the dock itself, and yet all of them moved across the same surface. None of them canceled the others. They simply became part of the same wide pattern. It's strange, Lena said. What is? The woman asked. I always believed my life lacked direction. But now I'm starting to see connections between the things I've done. The woman nodded. That's the beginning of trust. Trust? Lena asked. Yes, the woman said. Trust in the steps you've already taken. The evening air grew cooler as the sun disappeared behind the hills. The lake slowly turned darker. Soft lights began appearing in the houses along the far shore. Lena felt something in her chest relax slightly. For the first time in a long while, the past no longer felt like a collection of random decisions. It felt more like a story that was still unfolding. The evening slowly settled over the lake. The last light of the sun faded behind the hills, leaving the sky painted in soft shades of blue and violet. Small lights from houses across the water began to glow like quiet lanterns. Lena and the elderly woman remained seated on the wooden dock. The fishing line rested quietly in the water, moving gently with the small waves. For a long time, neither of them spoke. But the silence did not feel uncomfortable. It felt peaceful, like the lake itself. Eventually, Lena broke the silence. I think I've spent many years trying to predict my future, she said softly. The woman nodded. That is something many people try to do. I kept believing that if I could just choose the correct path, Lena continued, everything would finally feel certain. The woman pulled the fishing line slowly from the water and set the rod beside her. And now? She asked. Lena watched the quiet surface of the lake. Now I'm starting to think certainty may not be the point. The woman smiled gently. That's a wise observation. Lena leaned back slightly on her hands and looked up at the darkening sky. Stars had begun appearing one by one. When I look back at my life, she said, I can see that every step led to something. Even the decisions that felt uncertain at the time. The elderly woman nodded again. Paths rarely reveal their purpose immediately. Most of the meaning appears later. A soft breeze moved across the lake, creating small ripples that reflected the stars above. Lena noticed how the water continued moving quietly, even in the darkness. It did not stop. It did not question where it was going. It simply followed its natural flow. And suddenly, Lena understood something in a deeper way. For years, she had been waiting for a moment of perfect clarity. A moment when someone would confirm that she was walking the correct path. But perhaps that moment was never meant to come. Perhaps the real lesson was learning to trust the steps themselves. The elderly woman stood slowly from the dock. "It's getting late," she said. "Yes," Lena replied. They walked together toward the shore. Before leaving, the woman turned back toward the lake one last time. "You know," she said, "paths do not become trustworthy because they are certain." Lena tilted her head slightly. "Then why do they become trustworthy?" The woman smiled. "Because you walk them." Lena stood there quietly as the woman walked away along the path beside the lake. The night had grown calm. The sound of gentle water against the shore filled the air. For the first time in many years, Lena did not feel the need to analyze every step she had taken. She did not need to prove that her path was perfect. She simply felt ready to continue walking. She took a slow breath and began walking along the lakeshore again. The path ahead was still unknown. There were no signs pointing toward the future, but the uncertainty no longer felt frightening. It felt open, like a quiet road waiting to be explored. And with each step she took, Lena felt something new growing inside her. Not certainty, something better. Trust. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. Trusting your own path does not mean you will always know where you are going. It simply means you are willing to keep walking, even when the road ahead is still unfolding. Next, we will move into the ending, where we gently gather the lessons from all the stories tonight and guide the mind toward rest. Now, the night has grown quiet. The stories have slowly come to rest, like ripples fading across the surface of a calm lake. And perhaps, as you lie here listening, something gentle has begun to settle inside your mind. A simple realization. Life rarely follows the straight lines we imagine. Tonight, we heard several stories about people who questioned the paths they were walking. Sora, the traveler who left the main road and discovered a valley few others had ever seen. Luca, the musician who learned that the most beautiful music sometimes comes from listening to your own rhythm. Aaron, the student who chose a quieter craft instead of the path that impressed everyone else. The river, that curved through forests and meadows, nourishing life along the way. And Lena, who finally understood that her scattered steps had always been guiding her somewhere meaningful. Each of them believed at some point that they might be walking the wrong road, but slowly they discovered something important. A path does not become right because it looks perfect from the outside. It becomes right because it feels honest when you walk it. Take a slow breath in and breathe out gently. For many, many people, one of the heaviest burdens in life is the belief that they must follow the same road as everyone else. That success must look a certain way. That progress must move at a certain speed. But life rarely unfolds according to those expectations. Just like the river in our story, your journey may curve in unexpected ways. You may change direction more than once. You may wander through forests of uncertainty or pause in quiet valleys where others never travel. And yet, those curves do not mean you are lost. Often, they are simply part of your unique path. Imagine walking along a quiet trail at night. The sky above is filled with stars. The road ahead is dimly lit. You cannot see the entire journey from where you stand. Only the next few steps. But that is enough. Because every path in life is revealed the same way. Not all at once, but one step at a time. Allow your body to relax a little deeper now. Let your shoulders soften. Let the muscles around your eyes and forehead rest. There is nothing you need to figure out tonight. No future decision you must solve before sleep. Your path does not require perfect certainty. It only asks for presence and patience. Sometimes the mind wants to know exactly where life is going. But wisdom often appears when we accept that the road unfolds slowly, just like the ripples on Lena's lake, just like the winding river finding its way to the sea. Your steps are already moving you forward, even on the days when progress feels unclear. Even when the destination is still hidden beyond the horizon. So tonight, allow the question of, am I on the right path, to grow quieter. Replace it with something gentler. A quiet trust that life is unfolding in its own way, at its own rhythm, and that the road you are walking is teaching you exactly what you need to learn. Take one more slow breath in and breathe out softly. Feel the calm of the night around you. Let your thoughts settle like leaves resting on still water. And as sleep slowly begins to arrive, remember this simple truth. You do not need to walk anyone else's road. Your path is already beneath your feet. All you need to do is keep walking. Good night.